Is my mic not working? Oh, it is working. Okay, it is working. Let's get it a little bit closer. Can we give it a sound boost? It seems a little bit quiet. Sound. Just bump it up a little bit. I know that really was just a little bit, but it only needs just a little bit. Just a tad, just a tad. Alright, so, oh my god. Why do I do this to myself? Now this will be fun. Okay, so I've been thinking about the Umamusume sort of main gameplay, core gameplay loop. And I've been thinking about how that would be fun as a little mini game in my game. A basic version of it. A very, very basic version of it. And I thought, well, would that integrate with the game? And I'm like, yeah, actually, because that could be a good way to, like, build speed into your characters, right? Because we have a speed start. So it fits quite nicely, I think. Maybe it's just me making an excuse. Maybe it's just me finding an excuse to get it in, but that's fine. We can do that. Why do we have two Mumu installers in downloads? Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do, I'm just going to get this basic erase track model imported into the scene. Alright. Race track. Okay. Let's see it. It's it's tiny, it's teeny, 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 it's tiny. So what we need to do is figure out how teeny tiny is it really. So if we look at our bedroom model, here's what we'll do. Where is the bedroom? Where is the bedroom? There it is. Okay, so there's our bedroom. And our main menu sets in. Okay, so that lets us see how big a character's going to be, right, in our game. Okay. So if we grab the racetrack, I don't know what it's doing over wherever the hell that is. Okay, that probably isn't too bad actually. If you think about it, that's the bedroom. This is our racetrack. Now the first thing I've got to do is figure out, okay, does this racetrack exist in the real world, in the girls' world? Are they training in real life? Or is this something that they're virtually doing in cyberspace? I think this should be something that they're doing in real life, which makes this a little bit trickier. So what we're probably going to need to do is generate... We're going to need to distance it from the bedroom substantially, because we're going to need to create like a virtual skybox, because at the moment, if we give the racetrack a camera, okay, actually that's not too bad because we do have the default skybox. I do think the default skybox is kind of... Unity's default skybox is a bit yikes, but it'll do for now. It's better than nothing. Alright, so if we look at our camera, This is all very flat, but it's supposed to be. That's our bedroom in the distance. We could just disable the bedroom whenever we do the race so you don't see it. We could just turn it off. I also think the racetrack should use the same day-night system that the bedroom uses. So if you are playing late at night, your races will occur at night, and if you are playing during the day, your races will occur during the day. Yeah, I like that. I'm not sure why there's goalposts. I guess this is supposed to be like also a pitch that's used for playing like football and stuff as well. I don't want that on mine though. Oh shit. It's fine. Don't worry. Don't worry. Let's get rid of the goalpost. We should probably get rid of that as well. Running track, grass. Ah, that's fine. We just need the track. We'll put some grass in it. All right, we need some grass now. Oh, fuck. What are we going to do? Generate some terrain. I don't, because we don't need any verticality unless we stick it in like a. We could stick it in like a. Have like hills all the way around or whatever. Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure what to do. What should I do? What should I do? There's lots of ways to go from here. Let's start by creating a terrain tile. If I can remember where the hell terrain exists. Do I have to install it? No, there it is, terrain. Okay, so we can create a terrain tile, and where is that? Oh, there it is. Okay. Right. Okay, right. That's huge. That's probably good though. There we go. So now you can see where the terrain is in relation to our running track. If I'm going to make it take place in cyberspace though, I kind of like the default checkerboard look, right? Because it's very... I think it wants to... No, I think it wants to take place in the outside world. We could do two variations. We could do two variations. So you know how, like... Can you spell feature creep? You know how, like, Nier Automata has, like, the main mode and then the hacking mode? And, like, you sort of bounce between, like, main and hacking. Well, that's kind of what this game is if you think about it, right? We have, like... real world mode, which is the slice of life stuff, and then cyberspace world, which is where all the battles are taking place. So I'm wondering if the racetrack should have two modes. So we have like a real world racetrack if you go training in the real world, and we have a cyberspace racetrack if you go training in cyberspace. Oh boy. Okay, just work with me. Because I don't know whether that's a good idea or not. So for now, I'm just going to put racetrack RW for real world. And I've got a copy of a racetrack here, which I'm going to call CS for cyberspace. Just so I've got a second copy of this racetrack. Because for the cyberspace racetrack, I like the idea of keeping Unity's default checkerboard look. Maybe I'll change the colors a little bit, but I like this sort of checkerboard look effect. And then if we put, because I created a shader, right? Check this out, right? I didn't create the shader, but I borrowed a shader and then I edited it and I made it fit in this game. But check it out, right? It's my matrix cam. So if I run any Unity, right now, Run any Unity. Run any Unity. Any Unity you want. Top, middle, or bottom. Pick a Unity. When I'm in cyberspace, I turn this on. Okay, and this lets you know you're in cyberspace, right? So imagine we don't have a skybox anymore, and this is happening, and this is what's happening. This is basically the cyberspace effect, right? To let you know that you're in the Matrix, let you know that you're in cyberspace. So this racetrack minus the skybox with some like weird, like maybe probably color shifting skybox or something. We already have that. Check it out. I already have that as well, right? I made a color shifting skybox for the Matrix Cam. Check it out. So all I do is I set skybox to none. So that means our racetrack cyberspace camera would just say, oh, okay, maybe it doesn't say that. Oh yeah, I suppose we've got. Oh yeah, I suppose. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, I forgot you could do that. Oh, I don't have the colors shift script on it. That's why. Give me a second. I do have something for this. Isn't it on the main cam? Yeah, cam colors. What I basically need is a cam colors script. Okay, let me try that one. I'm trying to remember how it works. I think it uses solid color. Yeah, there we go. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Now I lost the matrix effect. Why is that? Probably because of the depth value. There we go. Depth needs to be -1 as well. So there you go. That would be our... This could be like our racetrack camera. Our cyberspace racetrack. That could work. Okay, now this seems kind of like feature creepy, but it's not that bad because it takes very little effort to make the thing, to make two variations of the thing. Right, so let me show you how you can do variations like this pretty easily. So what you want to do is you want to make a parent for the racetracks, right? So that something has overall control over its children, right? So we just do racetrack. And this will be our racetrack system. And then what we do is we make these we make these children of racetrack. Then we put our racetrack manager on here. So let's make a racetrack manager. Is it part of RPG? I guess. So I'm going to make a race manager script. And then when that compiles, is it compiled? No, not yet. Okay, there it is, race manager. Race manager. Right, now we have a race manager. And then what we basically do, right, is we treat these as render options, right? These basically give us different visuals, right? These both have their own cameras and they have their and we can style them however we want, right? So we can change the color. For example, we can change the color of the racetrack in cyberspace if we want to. But what we want is we want the same functionality. So the important thing to note here, the only thing you need to watch out for, right, for something like this that I'm making, what's going to matter is the position of every single part of this racetrack. So as long as the both copies of the racetrack are in the exact same place, which they are, then we can vary the visuals for them as much as we want. It doesn't really matter. And then what we do is we put all of our like system mechanics stuff to fit this shape, and then it'll fit either view. Then it'll fit whichever visual one we want to show, and in that way we can just make it so that, look, if the player is in cyberspace and they want to race, then we give them the cyberspace racetrack experience, right? And if the player is in the real world, then we give them the real world race experience, but the mechanics will like still work regardless of which one we're in. We only need to make one version of this basically, but with two different visual versions, if that makes sense. Visual variations. Okay, so for our terrain for the real world, we want some kind of grass. Blah, 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 blah. We can raise all over the terrain. No, we don't want to do anything crazy like that. What I wouldn't mind doing that is giving it a bit of a bump in the middle. Is there a way to get like a nice uniform bump? A uniform bump. I wish this thing had better tools actually. That's a bit too severe. Whoa, 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 other way. I'm just trying to give it like a little bit of, so it's not completely flat, you know. I'm just trying to give it a little bit of a shift. I'll probably keep this for the cyberspace version. Whatever changes we make here in terms of height. Did that raise it? Yeah, it did raise it. You can also see that our track is that much higher than our terrain right now. So let's bring the terrain up to the track. Okay. Right, I think probably what I'm better off doing is getting a nice big brush. What we basically want to do is try to sort of elevate around. So let's start by doing, probably the best thing to do is to start with the biggest elevation. Right, so let's start at elevation 5. This is probably a good method for us, right, as we go and brush the corners. Right, check it out, this is what we do. Why is it doing that? Right, so we've got it on elevation 5. We want to sort of raise the corners up, and actually the edges, otherwise it'll look weird. And this is a little trick to just kind of make it look like there could be some stuff in the distance, but because there are hills all around, essentially, is the effect that we're creating. Like it's not like, it doesn't look too unnatural when the world just ends, right? Is that going up or down? I swear that's going down. That's going down, isn't it? We don't want to go down, we want to go up. Where am I right now? Raise all lower terrain. I swear that's going down and not up. Okay, now it's going up. What the fuck? Oh, I fucking hate this thing. It's so freaking awkward. yeah, essentially we just kind of want to raise the edges. Oh my god, why is this thing so fucking awkward? Right. So again, we're still just raising the edges. Just got to do this 4 times. It's not tedious at all. Okay, I think this is our final edge. Yeah, you can see our racetrack is like sat down there. So now we're in like kind of like a giant ball, right? Like a giant square ball. Okay. So now, if we look at our camera, you see how we've got like hills going all the way around now? So that just kind of like makes it look a bit... We want to make them look more like hills, right? Well, essentially we can work with that now. So we kind of have like... Let's just rotate the camera. We're starting to get a bit of shape now, right? So it just doesn't look as boring. And it looks more like... As the camera's moving around, it looks more like we're just kind of in this little base, and then there's like hills off to the distance. Ideally we want to create layers of these hills now though, right? Like, so we've got like some depth to it, but we can do that. So we start with the outer depth, and then typically what would be a good idea is to then... So we started with 5, so now let's do a 4. It's the cheapest, easiest way to make something look okay, and I think our brush size wants to come down to 400. So we did 5 at 500, we'll do 4 at 400, 3 at 300, right? So we just have basically 4 or 5 steps of this. Right, so then what we want to do... Actually, I think that's still a bit too big. I want to take it down to 350. I still think that's too big. Let's try 300. Okay, that's better. Because if you look at how much surface area that's covering, right? We're trying to make like a layer now. You know, I still think it's too big. There we go. Alright. So what we want to do now is kind of just try to add a little bit of variation to this. Right? Just a little bit of like... This is kind of uniform what we did here, right? Pretty much. It's not exactly uniform. There are still higher and low points, which is nice. But it's, you know... You don't have as much up and down variation, if that makes sense. To sort of create the up and down variation, what we want to do is just go around like this, and we're going to be going back over, but we're going to be choosing to go back over more in some areas, less in some other areas, right? And really it's probably just going to be trial and error. You know what, I feel like that's still too much. Let's try 200. Okay, so I'm going to start here. You'll see what I do. I kind of just going to go around, and then I might go back a bit, and then maybe go back a bit there, and then maybe choose to go back a bit there. And I'm just kind of trying to randomize it a little bit. I'm just going to go around a couple of times. Try not to do the same, like backwards and forwards, the same number of times in each area. Okay, let's see what we've got now. Okay, so that's sort of smoothed a lot of that out now. Why is my fucking camera not moving? Because I'm trying to rotate the terrain. Ah! There, that's what I was trying to do. Let me put that there. Our camera's looking this way. Might be a good idea just to go for like a more randomized brush, and let's just dip it up a bit as well. I'm just trying to create some variation in areas. Okay. Now I'm going to make some diagonal shapes. Okay, and I'm going to go a bit bigger. Oh, not that big. Not that big. Okay, now I'm going to try and make some opposite diagonal shapes. I'm not sure which ones. I think I went that way before. Do some variations. Tip down a bit. Let's try this one. Try not to be too uniform with it. Try to be kind of random with it. Alright, let's see how we're looking now. Yeah, you see how we're getting some like more interesting natural looking sort of. Yeah, see, it's looking a lot more like hills and land now, isn't it, rather than just some digital. Now maybe we do the opposite for cyberspace, right? For cyberspace, we make it look purposefully round and flat and like mathematical, because it's supposed to be cyberspace. But yeah, this is going much better now for the real world one. These are looking a lot more like hills now. It's looking a bit flat round here. So our camera's looking over here now, so we know that this area needs a little bit of work. So let's go for a slightly bigger brush size. Let's go with this one, and let's dip it up to 9. Alright, let's splat some variations down. There we go, we got some little dips now. That looks so much better. Alright, give it another spin. This is looking a lot better. Oh, it's looking much better. I just need to give it like a grass texture. It looks a lot more natural now. Yeah. Still a little bit flat around here. So now we're looking at the south. So same again. Just kind of try to give it some. There we go. There we go, look at that. Alright, let's give that a quick save. So now we want to give our terrain like a terrain texture. So we click on our terrain. We've got a paint tool. Let's paint terrain, paint details. Okay. Details, details, details. No detail object selected. Add or remove details. So we can do add grass texture, healthy color, dry color. A bit more brown. This kind of gives it like a muddy look. I think I prefer this. Okay. target strength. Let's just see what we get out the box. Our brush size is rather large. If we just splat that down there. Wait. No detail object selected. Oh, I didn't add it. Oh, we need a detail texture. Do we get one out the box? Grass. No. Oh dear. Does Unity not have any default? Oh. I had nice, what did I use? Nice grass. I had a nice grass solution in one of my games. It was quite nice. Grass can be tricky. There's lots of ways to do grass. And like, how detailed do you want to go? Does Unity not have default terrain? Grass terrain. Grass and other details. I don't want it that realistic. I was just telling you how to use the tool, like. Well, the first thing we want to do is paint the ground. Like before, yeah, okay, like see, I consider that something completely separate. So detail texture is texture 2D. So I'm guessing we give it a grayscale texture 2D. My assumption, I don't know. See, I normally use something called, I've actually got this really expensive fucking terrain generator thing, but I didn't want to go that deep with this. So normally I use Gaia, this thing called Gaia, which is why I'm not as familiar with how Unity do their like standard terrain stuff. Because I normally just use Gaia, but I didn't want to go that deep with this. Like, I don't really want to install Gaia. Because that's a bit more than what I need for this particular project. I would guess that the detail texture would be something like this. And then then the color gets added through the color variation healthy, unhealthy thing, right? Let's see, where's my project living these days? Where it's always lived. Where do I want to put it? I guess under models, materials would be fine. Let's stick it in there. And let's give it a PNG. And we'll call it grass. Detail. Okay. Where the hell is Unity? There it is. Okay. Add. What's happening? Okay, we've got grass detail. I think that's literally going to make grey grass. Oh, no, it didn't. Okay, what the fuck? That does not work like how I thought it would. What the fuck? It added the color like I thought it would, but it's... What is going on with the height? What the fuck? What is it doing? How does that work? It's like, oh, is it expecting it's expecting a billboard detail, I think. Is it treating that as a billboard? Yeah, it's treating it as a billboard. Okay, it's billboarding. Okay, I see what it's doing. Okay, this is for billboarding. Okay, so what billboarding is it basically generates lots and lots of copies of the same texture. So for billboard grass, you would make one blade of grass, and then billboarding it would just put lots and lots of blades of grass all over the thing. and it just basically, it's like a 2D texture that changes its angle based on the camera angle. So wherever you're looking at it from, you always see like the front of it. Because if you think about a blade of grass as a 2D texture, if you're looking at it from the side, it's basically nothing. So billboarding just kind of rotates towards the camera, and you get lots and lots of them. So that's why we've got this really weird big squares sticking up effect in our camera now. Oh, I didn't want to do. I was. So how do I just paint the ground then? I thought I was just painting the ground. So that's billboarding it. Oh, it's because I'm in paint details. That's why. Yeah, so details. Okay. We need to get rid of that. It's because I'm in paint details. So how do I paint? How do I paint? How the hell do I paint the ground, the actual mesh? I might need to ask GPT. Like I said, I normally use Gaia, so I'm not that familiar with how Unity do this out of the box. Paint trees, we don't want that. That's raise or low terrain. Oh, unless there's something in here. Paint texture, there we go. Okay, I did not expect it to be in the raise low terrain section because it's not raising or lowering terrain, is it? But okay, sure thing, Unity. Okay, so now we can paint a terrain standard material. What does that look like? It's the checkerboard. Okay, so I guess we need to edit this. What the fuck? That's a shader. What? What is happening? Edit terrain layers. Create a layer. Select a texture 2D. Okay, so this would be our grass detail then. Grass detail. But now it's going to be frickin' grey grass, isn't it? The grey grass of home. Okay, that's fine. So basically what we need to do is make this green again. There we go. And save it as green grass. Unless we want Mars grass and make it red or whatever. We can do whatever we want. I'm not going to compress that. Oh, there we go. There we go. Ooh. Alright. Now I think I kind of want like a mountainy effect on the mountains. Like a rocky, some sort of rocky effects. Right, let's just have a little spin and see what we're looking at. See, that's starting to come together a little bit now. Oh, hell yeah. We've still got our billboard grass over here. These could be little bales of grass that people have left. Shit. How do we get rid of that? So what you do is you go to paint details, you hold down shift. I don't know where that was exactly because I can't see it. But if you hold down shift, that gets rid of that. Where is that? Okay, I got some of it. Let's have a look at where the camera's facing. Where's the camera facing? Okay, so it's probably up here somewhere then. Again, I don't see it. I'm just going to give it a good... There we go. We got it. Just having a little spin and a little check. Obviously that bedroom's going to be gone. Yeah, this is starting to come together now. Yeah, I'm liking some of that hill variation that I made there. Look at that. That looks pretty good. Very nice. Okay, so we've got our open world. We've got our sort of closed world. Our closed world stadium. Let's do like I said, let's do some kind of hill. So we saw how we had a layer, didn't we? So we added a layer. Let's add another layer. So it was paint texture, edit terrain layers, create layer. Do we have rocks? I can't believe this project doesn't have any rocks. I suppose I haven't got Gaia installed, so it makes sense. So now I need some kind of mountainy, rocky texture, I guess. Rock texture. Ooh. And a lot of this could just be trial and error, I guess. Well, I want it to be... It wants to be toon-like, doesn't it? It doesn't want to be too realistic. I'm wondering if something like this would work. I kind of want to see what that would look like. It probably just look like a big pile of rocks in the distance. But maybe that wouldn't be terrible. Maybe I need to put mountain. I don't want to look like we're out in the Alps though, do you know what I mean? Like I just want it to look like maybe we're starting to get a little bit higher over there. You know, like this kind of thing where you got like some rock but plenty of grass still. Like if we look at this as an example. Yeah. So maybe I want like grassy rock texture. Grassy rock texture. Mount grassy rock texture. What the hell am I doing? I hit F something and F'd it up. The F keys F things up, by the way. That's why they're called the F keys, in case you didn't know. That's the technical reason. It is when I work. It is whenever I do anything. Alright, yeah, this is the kind of thing I want. That's a bit realistic though. We could tunify it. We could just make our own, but I'm feeling lazy. Okay, we could use AI. Unity have texture generator things now. Should we see what Unity AI makes us? It honestly would take too long though. I'd have to install 6.2 and then I'd have to create a new project. By the time I do all that, I may as well just make my own. Okay, there was one further up that I thought was quite good. I think I just need to tunify it a bit. Okay, the one I liked, oh, that's quite interesting. I think something like this. Or even this. This one's good. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to grab this image. We're going to go into Photoshop. Just paste it in for now. Okay, the first thing I want to do is make it repeatable. So what that means is when we mirror the image, when we repeat the image all around, we don't want seams or lines. So the way we can do that is we just copy the image, we look at the dimensions, it's 350, so we want 700 by 700 so that we can fit 4 of them in. So let's make a 700 by 700, and then we want to paste our image in any of the corners and then flip it and then paste it in that corner. Then we can grab that as a merged layer. Let's merge those layers. There we go. Copy that and now flip vertically, and now we have a completely mirrorable image. And it'll make some weird sort of, it'll look like a kaleidoscope kind of, but that's better than seeing seams, honestly. It's a quick, cheap, dirty, easy way to mirror textures without it looking too like seamy. So I'm just going to merge those layers. I'm going to fuck with the colors a little bit and try to make them a bit more cartoony. I'm just going to go into levels. I still want the rock to look kind of like a rock though. It's looking a bit yellow. Take some of the red out maybe? That's going to put it in though, isn't it? I might need to go to a hue shift. That's not too bad. Let's go to hue saturation and see what we can do. I think saturation is what I'm looking for. Something bright, like I want it bright and colorful, you know? Too bright and colorful though. Okay, that's looking pretty good. And if we really want to tunify it, what we could do is just Go to filter gallery. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Dry brush, cut out, something kind of. I'm going to see the rocks though at a certain point. Dry brush is kind of interesting. With less texture. Okay, let's see what this gives us. We can always edit it later. Alright, so there's our new material. And this would be like Mount detail. Let's see what we get. Okay, so now we want to go to our edges and just paint and get a bigger brush. Where's my brush? There it is. Alright. Moment of truth. Which way's the camera facing? So I paint the right side so I can see the effect before I commit. Okay, I want to be painting this edge, I guess. Alright, let's do it. It's not really what I was going for, but it's kind of interesting. It almost looks like, but it looks like it's like a fake light effect, almost like the lights. Yeah, I think it's too bright. Makes sense if you look at our original. So we need to just change the colors a bit, I think. It is interesting though. It makes it look a lot more interesting and a lot less flat. But it's not really what I wanted. So let's back to the drawing board, I guess. The whole thing's way too bright. But just in case we mess up, I'm just going to duplicate that layer. So we've got a backup. And now we'll try and... So it must be a lot darker. But I still want the rocks to be kinda... Where's the rocks gonna be? Those rocks looking very green now. I have no idea what this is going to look like. I don't think the rocks are going to the rocks look like... It's going to look like it's got acne or something. I could go for like a rocky color though. Maybe that's what I should be doing. Like a rock or a muddy rocky color. Alright, let's see what this gives us. So, sometimes it's like just, you know, try it, test it until you find something that you like. Alright, well that just, yeah, that updated it straight away, which is quite nice. Okay, so that would give us like muddy looking hills, I guess. Yeah, we lost all the green, which is kind of, and maybe this pattern's not going to work out. You know what? I think it will. I think what we need to do is just replace. We need to separate this into two layers. Here's what we need to do. Let's get rid of the background layer. This one's a backup, so I'm just going to call it backup and turn it off. Probably don't need it, to be honest. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a duplicate of this one. So we're going to separate this into two layers. We want the brown section. So I'm going to remove this. This is the yellow section, right? Then I'm going to invert my selection. And then I'm going to delete that one. So now what we've got is we've got two separate layers. So we've got this layer and this layer. Much better. Now I can just affect the brown underneath, which is this one. And I'm going to make this green. So it doesn't look too crazy from the original, from the other grass. If I frickin' knew what I was doing. Let me try that again. Here we go. Right, so make it brighter. shift it to green. Green, green, green. How green is our... Is it, I think we probably want to match that, don't we? Kind of. It's going to be too different from that. So it's probably about there, I would think. We could probably darken it a little bit. Let's see what that gives us. It's the same file it was before Photoshop. Why are you asking me this? Let's put that there so it's at the top. What the hell? Why is it so shiny? We are getting closer to what I want though. Okay, I'm not sure why light's shining off and doing that. We can probably change, yeah, things like specularity. Oh, what is that? That might be part of the texture actually. What is that? Why is it? No, it's not. It's light. See how it's like shining light off it? Why the hell is it doing that? That is actually starting to look a lot better though. The only thing that's annoying me now is the way that light's shining off there. I don't know why it's doing that. This is a lot closer to what I want. Oh yeah, look at how interesting it is when you go over there. Yeah, it just, and it kind of looks like, to me it looks like the hills are in the distance and they're kind of foggy. But I don't think that, I think that is light. Just trying to test to see if that is light or not. Yes, it is light, because as we move the camera, it shifts. So it's not the texture creating that, so it's definitely the light. So that's a separate issue. We'll look at that later. We need to look at the terrain's reflective properties, I guess. Yeah, okay, so I think let's paint all of the edges, and we could sort of tweak it a little bit. Okay, let's see what we've got. Right, so pretend the terrain's not shiny. Okay, we're missing a bit here. I guess because we didn't get the sloping up part. Yeah, we need to get sloping up parts. Okay, where's our camera looking right now? It's actually this side. Interesting. Okay. How's that? Better. I need to come this way a bit more. Yeah. Alright, we might want to be a bit more careful about. Get the brush size down a bit. About exactly where we're painting this. Trying to. Yeah, we might want to like find these little lip bits and sort of get those as well. But this is all just like polishing, right? It's like, oh my god, what am I doing? Yeah, ooh, this bit here looks pretty bad. Oh yeah, that makes sense. That looks terrible. Actually, let's get the game view there and we can see the effect. So that must be that side. Is it? Yep, here it is. It's coming in. It's coming in. Nice. Much better. Much better. Oh yeah, I'm liking this. Okay, this bit needs a bit of touch up. I'm not gonna get too like, you know, perfect with it because you could spend hours like. We just want to get. We can polish it later. But I will get this bit because that bit's looking a bit gnarly. Okay, that looks a lot better. Much better. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, very nice. Very nice, my old pal. Yeah, obviously we will need a bit. We need to polish it a little bit before we're done with it. But for now, this is absolutely fine. I'm happy with that. Good morning, Canthia. Okay, so we've got our real world racetrack. I'm not gonna. I don't know whether I'll even have a cyberspace racetrack. Let's just get this one done first. We've got our mountains around the edge, and okay. So the first we've made a race manager script, but it doesn't really do anything yet. What we need to do, right? If you look at the track, so first of all, you need to understand what is it you're trying to make. So here's what I'm trying to make. Your parties consist of 4 people for battles. So the race will also consist of a 4 people race. So what I'm going to let people do in the game is you can take your party of 4 characters into the racetrack and they will race each other like in Umamusume. And then whoever wins the race will gain 1 speed permanently on their character. So we'll charge you like some energy for doing it, and you don't get to pick who gets the speed boost. But if you want to like build more speed into your team, then you can just keep taking them onto the racetrack, and whoever wins will gain 1 speed or whatever, something like that, right? So it's going to be completely RNG who wins and who doesn't win the race. So the first thing we need to do is like look at the racetrack and see how are we gonna make this work. So the way we're going to make it work is if you look at the racetrack, there are, I think, like 5 lanes. Trying to show it. There it is. Now we can show it. Okay. If you look at the racetrack, I think there's like 5 lanes. You've got lane 1, lane 2, lane 3, lane 4, lane 5. But we already decided that, you know, because we have a party of 4, for the battle, then it makes sense to have a party of 4 in the race. I guess we could make it 5. We could bring some random non-character that you don't get to pick into the race, and then there's a chance that they get the stat buff as well. But I think I'm just going to stick with 4 lanes. Okay, so the first thing we need to do, and these characters are completely set up by the player, right? So we don't stick 4 specific characters on the racetrack. We create 4 placeholders, and then those placeholders need to understand how to run around the racetrack from their respective lanes. So the first thing we need is a start and finish line, right? I'm going to make them do like 1 loop or something. So the first thing we need is a start and finish line. So let's just have a look at our racetrack. Is there a good place for a start and finish line? I think it's probably harder to like end the race on a corner. All of this is kind of circular, so I think the easiest place to do a start-finish line is sort of in the middle of a straight. So now we just got to decide which straight do we want. I mean, it doesn't really matter, to be completely honest, which one we pick. I think I like this one. We've got this little, it looks like something should go here, like maybe like a spectator booth or something. So I think I'll go with this one. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is create, let's drop a cube to mark our start line position. Right. So our runners are going to start maybe about here. Right. And we need a visual indicator to say that that is the start and finish line as well. Right. It's actually a little bit trickier than it looks. So the first thing we need to do is spawn our 4 characters in their respective lanes at the start line. I think for my own sanity, what does this texture look like? Can I just draw the start line on the texture maybe? Let's see how we do this. No. That's a separate thing altogether. Ooh, we might want to give that like a little texture then. Give it a little bit of noise. Okay, let's do that then. Let's create a little bit of noise. 200 by 200. The respective area is empty. Okay. Doesn't want to be too... It doesn't want to be too, like... crazy. Just to give it like a little... So it doesn't look like, you know... It doesn't have a surface. It wants to look like it's got a bit of a surface. There we go. 4% is probably about right. Alright, so I'm just going to save that. I'm going to call this... track noise. Okay, by adding that to the track, should just make it look a little bit more interesting. It's kind of hard to see right now. Yeah, I might want to add a bit more. It still looks kind of textureless, but our camera's not very close right now. Okay, that's still kind of lacking noise, I think. So let's go in, add a bit more. Let's try 8%. You're starting to see it, but it doesn't look very good. It looks kind of like... It almost looks glitchy. Okay, maybe noise isn't the way to go then. Let's get an actual gravel texture. Way too big though. Way too big. These are also way too realistic. But again, we can sort of tunify it. Sometimes it's better to Like, because you want, like, it depends what kind of game you're making, right? If you're making like an ultra realistic, you know, what do they call that bloody game? That's kind of interesting, but I don't think it's what we want. That one that's ripping everybody off all the time. That could be any game. The Star Citizen. If you're trying to make like Star Citizen realistic simulator, space simulator, then yeah, you probably want like a really realistic gravel texture. But if you're making a 2D game like this, the trick is to sort of add detail and then simplify it as much as you can. Like, you want just enough detail to make it look interesting, but not so much detail that it looks like, you know, out of place. If you have an ultra realistic gravelly track in the middle and everything else looks like a cartoon, it just looks weird. I'm spending way too long on this. It's because none of them are exactly what I'm looking for, that's why. Alright, let's go with this one and we'll tunify it. This one should be fine. Alright, so we're going to do our same old trick again. So what we can actually do is just go to canvas size. We can go to %, stick it in the corner and say 200% by 200%. I think I forgot to copy that, but it's fine. We can copy it like that. Then we can flip it horizontally and put it like that. Then we can merge those layers together. And we can copy that, and then we can flip it again and put it there. Now we've got a repeatable pattern. Okay, repeatable pattern. Now we want to simplify it and merge everything. Merge it. Simplify it. Let me see what this looks like. Okay, that should look fine. I just need to go into the material. That's the texture. Where for art thou material? There it is, material. And then we can tile it at like 1010 or something like that. Wrong one. I always do that one. It's that one. 10 10 20 20. Something that like makes it look about the right scale that we're looking for. See, that looks so much more interesting now. I think even more would be better. Maybe 32 by 32. There we go. Yeah, that's looking way better. Now it actually looks like it's got a surface to it. Probably wants to look a bit brighter than that though. Like, it's looking a bit... Like, I don't want it to look like... I don't want it to look like mud. It has to look like an actual running track. I might even go... Yeah, I might even go for something like that. I think that's kind of interesting for a 2D one. Let's make it like bright red or something. Maybe not that bright, but something along those lines. There we are. Well, I like that. Okay, so these lanes appear to be a separate object. Yeah, they are. Interesting, because I didn't model this, because I can't model for shit. So I stole it. Or no, I didn't steal it, it's open source. But yes, I stole it. Let's just be honest. I borrowed it in a what do you call it? A morally Oh my god, why is my terrain so shiny? I need to stop it being so shiny. I don't know why they did that. Because also the lanes, the problem, they didn't even do a particularly good job of it though as well. I know, talk about criticizing something I can't do myself. But like, I'm not a modeler, right? I wouldn't, that would be like me making a game that doesn't work or something. Do you see what I mean? Because like, okay, I mean, these ones look okay, but then suddenly this one's like super thin, and then this one's like thin as well, but not as thin as the others. So it's like, it's kind of bugging me, and I don't have the, I don't have the skills to fix it, I don't think. Or maybe I could, because what I could fix it if I could separate it and then scale it. So we may in fact be able to do that. Okay, what we might be able to do is export this particular mesh as an FBX using Unity's export FBX function. Okay, I think I can fix this. So I'm gonna select the downloads folder, tracklines.fbx, embed textures. There are no textures, that's fine. Export that. Okay, and then if we go into 3ds Max, at the very least I want to separate each lane. And then once I separate each lane, well, what I actually want to do, I want to make 4 lanes, right? So I'm going to get rid of one of them, and then I want to size the other one so that it matches the others. So what I'm going for is 4 evenly shaped, sized width lanes, right? And to learn how to speak English again because I'm struggling. All right, so we're gonna import. I want the downloads. Where's my downloads folder? Downloads, tracklines.fbx. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Oh, yes, we can win. We can win. We can win. Okay, so I would imagine I can now go into, what is it, poly edit mode or some freaking thing. This is going to be really awkward though, isn't it? How the hell am I meant to select each one? Oh, there's got to be a good way to do this. Let's have a look. I really am not a modeler. Okay, so the first thing I need to do is go to edit, convert it to editable poly. How the fuck do I do that? I don't even see a way to do that. What the fuck? Why is it not letting me convert it to editable poly? What? Why isn't it letting me do it? I don't understand. I don't understand. Select the whole thing. Right click. Cut polygons. Divide polygons. Divide edges. Now I need to like where what oh, here we go. Convert to. There it is. Editable poly. Found it. Alright. Okay, brilliant. We're getting somewhere. Now, what I typically would do once I reach this stage is I can select if I can select one of these, I can like go into modification and like detach it from the rest of the object. But I'm a little confused about how I would even do that at this point, because if I click on it, It is all one thing. We have selection vertex, selection edge, selection border, selection polygon, selection element. Element? Woo! Element's good. Okay, so now we have that one separate from the rest. Then I think I can go to modify, and then I can detach it. Here we go. Right, so let's number these lanes. We're going to go for... I'm just going to call them line, actually. So let's call it line 1 on the inner line. And then we'll select this one. I'm going to detach it and call it line 2. And then we're going to go to this one. We're going to detach it. Line 3. And then we're going to go, so that's 1, 2, 3. This one. Detach. Line 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. This one. Detach. Line 5. This one. We don't actually want this one. Or maybe it's line 5 we don't want. We definitely don't need all of these lines. If I delete that one now, yeah, we're left with those ones. But now we've got like a super thin one. But what I should be able to do, and I can even do this in Unity, is I can go to line 5 now and expand it to make it the right width, right? So that it should just grow the whole thing in theory in my head. So I should be able to like make these lanes like more uniform. Okay, so let's export that. I think we can work with that. So let's export that as an FBX. And we want to put it in... Oh, lordy. Models. We'll just put it in models. No, I want to copy that location. Okay, and we're going to call it race lines. Okay, defaults. Beautiful. So if we go back to our track lines, delete them, and now we go to our model. Actually, maybe I should leave those lines in for now, just to help us guide the new lines in, just to give us a starting point, right? Because it's like, they're easy enough to delete, but if we need them back. Okay, so now we want race lines dragging in. Here we go. Okay, and if we just sort of like start to line these up with the other ones as best we can. Because this part needs to be pretty spot on. Okay, these are like not too far off. But also kind of not quite right. Okay, I'm going to turn those old lines off, and these race lines, we're going to drop them onto our race track. So the first thing I need to do is make sure that they are as low as can be, so they're not like hovering in the air. And let's just scale them so that they cover as much of the sort of track as possible. Without going outside of the track. Okay, I think that looks fine. But also not right, because now we need to make sure that each lane is the same width. And here's what I think the other guy should have done, the guy who made this. Okay, so what I'm going to do to help me is I'm going to create a 3D cube. I'm going to use this as a measuring... Alright, I'll see you later. So we're going to create 4 even lanes. So I'm going to create a cube as a measuring cube, so we can make sure that the width of each lane covers the width of this cube. So I think that we can probably make our lanes a little bit wider than they currently are, because we've probably got enough room, but not too wide. Okay, I think we can manage something like that. So if we expand our race lines, let's also just unpack it from prefab just to make sure it's completely editable. Also, I think that's probably, yeah, we can delete that now. Okay, nice. So we have separate lines 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5, and whatnot, right? So we want to expand everything. Now we must expand it uniformly because it's a curved line. One thing we must do is we must expand it uniformly. So in other words, if we expand in the X direction, we also need to expand equally in the Y direction. And since they're like connected, well, they're not connected anymore, but you know what I mean, they're like related, we want to grab lines 2 to 5 right now and then size those to the edge of that cube. So I'm going to take it to 8, 8. I think that's about right. Alright, beautiful. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate that cube and I'm going to move it. And we can use these cubes as our spawn positions for our characters. Okay, and so now we can see that the next one's a little short, right? So we want to grab lines 3 to 5 and rinse and repeat. So we're going to scale up. It's very tricky because the scaling tool is like in the center and our lines are like way over. So the slightest little nudge makes them go quite far. Maybe too far. Yeah, this one's like, that's a little too much, right? It's a little too big now. So we know that 10, 9, 7, 5, whatever is too big. So let's try 9, 5. 9, 5. 9, 5. Still a bit too big. Okay, 9, 2. 9, 2. Oh, much better. 9, 2. Is this about right? I think that's about right. They look about the same width to me. They don't have to be absolutely exact, right? But they want to be visually, they want to look visually the same, at least. Alright, so that's looking good. On to the next. We're going to duplicate the cube again. Move this one over to cover this lane. And we can see that this one needs to be a little bit wider as well. So let's grab our line 4 and 5. Back over to our size tool. And give it a little nudge. It's closer than the other one. And it's a little... It is a little too big, but only a little bit. Alright, so we can try, let's try 1, 0. I think that's much better. Yeah, that looks good to me. And then this is our problematic one, right? Our really problematic one. Alright, so we're going to duplicate this cube, and we're on to the final line. I'm just going to position it so we can measure the line 5, and this is our naughty one. Okay, that's 2 notches. I think that might be about right. I think it wants to be a teeny bit bigger, but not much. So we could try 5. Bit bigger still. Okay, let's try. Ah, you motherfucker. Let's try 6. You know what? 7. I need to do a little bit more. We've got to get this bit right. I think 9. There we go. That's looking much better. Okay, I would say our lanes now look... Well, we've measured them right. Our cubes tell us that those lanes are pretty much even. And hopefully if we did it right, which we should have done, these should stay uniform all the way around. Now they do, but as you can see, there's a problem now. So these lines actually drift outside of the tracks thing. So we've got a few ways of fixing this. Now that we know we're uniform, we could just scale the whole parent down so that children come with it, which is probably what I'll do. Or we could try scaling the racetrack part up, because I'm imagining this is a separate model. Yes, it is. And it only seems to go out of bounds in this dimension, like in the height dimension and not in the width dimension. So I'm actually just going to push this out. Yeah, I think that's fine. Also, I don't know whether this is flat or there's like a slope to it or not. Like, is there any variation in height on these lines? I think it's flat, to be honest. Because it could also be like an optical illusion, right? If these some of these lanes are higher than other ones, maybe it's like just higher up and it looks like it's drifting away from the curves. They definitely do drift away from the curves a little bit. You can see it here. But it's not too major. Yeah, now I didn't model this, so I assume maybe he didn't quite get it right. Because this one seems to like go thinner around here for some reason. But we know that from here it's the right width. There's not really a lot I can do about that. Alright, we're looking pretty good. Just give it a save. Okay. So now we can spawn our 4 participants into the race and put them in a lane each. Oh boy. There are quite a few ways of doing this. I might just leave them there since they're there already, but I am curious. Do they... Are they consistent on the other side? Pretty much. That's a good sign. Okay, that's quite a good sign. Okay, since we have these lines... So here's how I've done it in the past, right, with racing games. Okay. The way I've done it in the past is I've manually taken over... I've manually controlled each character that I want to autoplay, right? So I would basically... What I would essentially do is give my girl a third-person controller and then hit record, like create a script that records my inputs essentially, or records the character's position essentially, and then I would basically control the character and go and do like an entire loop around the track. You've got to be very accurate because obviously if you make a mistake then that's permanent and it's going to stay that way forever. But then you can sort of like, you know, you can create like NPCs that drive like real players because it's basically playing back your own playback. But for something like this, the way I'm going to make it work is each character sticks to a respective lane because it's just easier. If you were doing Umamusume for real, then Umamusume, I think the girls actually like switch lanes and things on their own, but like, yeah, we're not going to get that deep. That's a lot of work, and we just want to do the, you know, the fun racing part. But what I think could be interesting, because I'm always up for learning new things anyway, is since we already have these lanes as curves, we might be able to control the character automatically. So we'll use a cube as a character as a testing thing. We might be able to control the character automatically by calculating the distance and the trajectory between these two lines, right? So let's grab our Chizuru girl for a second. Let's bring her onto this track. Yeah. All her textures are messed up. That's alright, it's because we're not spawning in through network, that's why. I don't want to get that. The first thing I want to do is see if this is plausible. Okay. So the first script we would need is like a runner script, right? So the way to prototype these things is to take the most basic version of the thing and, you know, see if you can get it to work. So we're going to do girl runner, and we're going to give this girl runner to this girl model. Okay. And then in order to determine which lane the girl runner is running in, she's going to have a reference to her left, like the left of her lane and the right of her lane, right? So we want a public game object, I guess. I don't know whether we would use a game object. I'm going to call it right line and left line. Right line and left line. Okay. So what we would do there is as we spawn a character into the scene, we can figure out what lane they're supposed to be in, which will depend on whatever the party setup is, right? And then we can give this one's line 1, it goes inner to outer, doesn't it? So her right lane will be line 1 and her left lane will be line 2, right? Her left line, sorry. So this way she now knows where the right of the geometry is and the left of her geometry is. So we should, I would think, I've never done anything like this before, so this is why I'm going to get GPT to help me. But if you look at it, right, this is like separate geometry. So we have mathematical geometry that we can read off both of these lines, which should be enough to have our character move forward. And then the one thing we're definitely going to need while we do our running system is a current speed, right, that can be varied. So we can sort of randomly generate speeds on the, and you know, determine the outcome of the race and all this stuff, randomize the outcome of the race. Okay, so I'm going to show GPT this and see if it can give me what I want. Okay. I want to make a racing minigame in Unity. My racetrack has the lanes lines as separate geometry. So if I reference the left line and right line, of the runner's lane, can we use this to make the runner follow the course herself? Alright, let's see how we do that. Use an AI chatbot without switching tabs. What? Shut up. I want to make a racing minigame in Unity. My racetrack has lines as separate geometry. So if I reference the left line and right line of the runner's lane, can we use this to make the runner follow the course herself? Yes, absolutely. If your track's lane lines are separate geometry and you're referencing the left and right lanes for a given runner's lane, you can use those to guide the runner along the track. I thought you'd be able to. The typical approach is to sample positions along both the left and right lanes, find the midpoint between the two lanes at each point along the track. Have the runner follow those midpoints as a path, optionally interpolating between them for smooth movement. So here's an example. Tips for better control. Use nav mesh splines. No, I'm not interested. We don't have any vertical variation. Okay, let's see if this works. So let's see what it's doing. So on start, we basically calculate the center point based on the lane's geometry. Okay. Okay. And then on update, which runs on each frame, we create a vector 3 of target, which is the center lane within an array's current target index. We calculate the direction based on target minus transform.position.normalized. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, let's see if this works. What we'll do is we will attach our camera for now onto our girl runner, and that way the camera should follow the girl as she runs around the track. So let's see if this works. Alright, moment of truth. Okay, she didn't do shit. Oh, maybe her speed's 0, that's why. Oh no, keep her speed set to 5. Okay, so yeah, she doesn't actually move. Right, it's not happy that there's 2 audio listeners, so let me just disable one of them. Do we have any errors? No errors. Okay, so we're going to need to troubleshoot this. Okay. Okay, when I run the script, the model never moves. How can we troubleshoot this? Alright, I am just going to go... Well, I'm going to go to the toilet for a sec. Alright, give me a sec. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. Right, so verify lane points are collected. In your start method you're collecting, I'm collecting. In my start method I'm collecting child transforms from left lane and right lane. If those objects don't have any children, their lane sentence will be empty. Yeah, no, they're all one solid object. Right, yeah, let me clarify. Each lane is a single mesh which curves around the track. There are no children. Since each line is a single mesh, you can extract a series of points from its mesh vertices to build your path. Okay, so we basically approach it a different way. Because I think it assumed that I was... I don't know. It made incorrect assumptions about how this was set up, I guess. So that's fine. Not allowed to ask. Oh, right, that's fine. Is readable equals false. Okay, so what that basically means is if we go into our lane lines in models, there is a option we can change. Where the fuck is models? There it is. Erase lines. Model, we want to enable read write there, and that allows us to access. Okay, so she turned around and went completely the wrong way. Okay, then she found the lane. Okay, so she starts. Okay, once she's in the lane, she's fine. I think she's going the wrong way though, but I guess it's up to us which way she goes, right? Okay, okay, so she struggled at first. She sort of went right off the path. Oh, and now she's like struggling on a corner, going backwards and forwards. Also, I don't know that her left line, like, it's sort of working, but also sort of not, right? Also, her right line, I think her right line is now on her left, and her left line is on her right. Let me check that. So her right line is line 1. Yeah, that's on her left now because she faced the other way. Okay, so let me explain what's happening. It's starting to work with some issues. 1, at the start, the girl turns around the wrong way, goes way off the track, but once she gets in her lane, she does one loop correctly. One B, due to turning around, her left line is on her right and her right line is on her left. 2, by her second loop, she struggles on some corners and gets pushed backwards and forwards repeatedly. Can we turn her around correctly and fix this? Okay. Yes, great observations. You're seeing two common path following issues. Issue 1, wrong initial direction, flipped left and right. At start, the runner begins at a position direction that doesn't match the start of the track. Well, you don't know where the start of the track is, so she may interpret forward as the opposite direction. Her initial facing isn't aligned with the first line segment, causing a sharp turn. Because her orientation is flipped, her left and right lanes get mentally swapped. Fix, let's explicitly place and orient the runner at the start of the lane. Right, this could backfire. Okay, so let's see what this does. Now, I thought about that as a potential solution, but the downside of that... So it's giving us a new start method. The downside of that is maybe at the start of the track, where the track starts in terms of its geometry. So let's just set speed to 0 so she doesn't go anywhere, but she should get positioned at the start of the track. Okay, so this is where the start of the geometry starts. So this is as far as the... Okay, as far as the geometry is concerned, this is the start position for the track. I don't particularly like that as the start position. So we're going to need some way to solve... We're going to need some way to solve the start position. And again, I think she's turned around the wrong way, right? Because line 1 is meant to be on her right, and line 2 is meant to be on her left. Okay, so some... Okay, feedback about new start position. 1. The geometry starts in an awkward place for the race. We need to be able to set a custom start position for the race, e.g. along a straight. 2. The character still turns around the wrong way, making left line to her right. And right line to her left. Okay. Thanks for the detailed feedback. Let's tackle both issues cleanly. Okay, feedback about new start position. The geometry starts in an awkward place for the race. We need to be able to set a custom start position for the race, e.g. along a straight. The character still turns around the wrong way, making left line to her right and right line to her left. Okay, goal recap. Set a custom start position along the track, not necessarily the mesh's first vertex. Ensure the character faces the correct direction and maintains correct left and right orientation. Add this to your script. Custom start index. Okay. Okay, so the way it's going to tackle that, I guess that kind of makes sense. So the way it's going to, maybe it's going to treat that as a percentage, but if it was going to be a percentage, why wouldn't it be a float? I'm curious why it decided on a range between 0 and 1,000. Unless it's expecting 1,000 vertices. Maybe it's got 1,000 vertices in it or something. How would it know that though? That's a very strange way of doing it, but okay. Combined full fix revised start. Update, no major changes needed. Okay, but when it said no major changes needed, I don't know whether it gave me changes last time that I didn't actually implement because I was concerned about the custom start position. Why do we have that twice now? Oh, because it gave me the start. Okay, it's giving me... Why would it do that? I don't know why it's doing that. Yes, you're making a mess, that's why. Jibbity, you're making such a mess. Jibbity. 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 Why would you... Let me just grab the stars. What the fuck is happening? How can this script be this butchered? Okay. Start. Imagine what vibe coders have to go through when they don't even know how to code in the first place. To be fair, I shouldn't do this, right? Because this is me being lazy. Like, the point, when I first asked for help, it's still starting it at 0, but I guess that's because we said custom start index at 0. I need to be able to update the start index in update so that I can figure out where... Also, she's still facing the wrong fucking way. She's still facing the wrong way. Oh my god, Jibbity. 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 Oh, Jibbity. I mean, at least she's moving. She does follow, like, this script kind of works. Why is she still going? No, now it's fucking up. And she's going forwards and backwards. Okay, we still have the exact same problems as before. Runner facing backwards. Motion jerking forwards and backward on certain corners. Let's tackle one problem at a time. we still need to face the right way at start. And since we're now using a custom start index, I need to be able to tune this in the inspector. Can we focus on facing the right way and just place her at start index in update for now, so I can set this to the desired value. Okay. Absolutely. Let's focus purely on fixing the initial facing direction and ignore all movement logic for now, so you can tune custom start index in the inspector. For now, place the runner at custom start index lane center, face her forward along the line from point N to point N plus 1. No movement, just a visual test of correct orientation. Okay, minimal setting setup for tuning. Okay. We're like vibe coding now. We're kind of vibe coding right now. Is she facing the right way? She's not, is she? No, because so the inside of the track, she's on the inside lane, right? If you think about it, this would be the inside lane and this would be the outside lane. She's at the inside lane. So when we press run, the inside of the track should be to her right. The inside of the track becomes her left. So it's still struggling. But now I can set, that's quite nice. Now I can set the custom start index. But I don't know whether 327 will be correct when she's facing the correct way. Okay. I found my start index at 327. However, she still faces the wrong way at the start of the script. The inside of the track, she is set at the inside lane, so the inside of the track is to her right. However, once we reposition her, she's the opposite way around, with the inside of the track to her left. Why is it like? Thanks for confirming and working the custom start index is 327. The issue you're seeing now is that the runner is positioned correctly, but she's facing backwards around the loop. This usually means the direction vector is pointing against the intended race direction. Or rather, inside lane is to her left instead of right. Replace this with this. So replace vector 3 direction. Also, if vector 3 direction is running in update, then I don't know what to tell you. She wasn't actually facing the right way on update. Like as we were moving her on the track with the custom start index modifier, she wasn't facing the orientation of the track. Okay, in there it said argument was out of range. Index must be non-negative and less than the size of the collection. Oh boy. Like clearly it's like it's sort of working though, right? Because like she does sort of follow the track for a while. So obviously, like, the methodology is like correct, but there's some, definitely some like misalignment here. The inside, I don't know. I don't know. To be fair though, this is the other problem, right? No, I can tell from her feet. It's also difficult to see which way she is facing because she's in a T pose and she's got no detail textures. She's shown up completely pink. But yeah, you can tell from the way her shoes are facing. The inside of the track should be to her right, and the inside of the track is always to her left. So it's still gotten it wrong. Why can't it turn around the other way? I don't understand. Like, if we have to run this way around the track, then so be it. Then we'll run this way around the track, I guess. If that's what we have to do. But she doesn't, she doesn't face, like when we get to this corner here. Okay, let's just go through it, right? So the first corner she's on, she follows the contour of the track perfectly. Then by the time she gets to the second contour of the track, she doesn't turn. And then even here, right, as we go, this is where it starts to jerk around, right? As we go through the indices, maybe there's something non-uniform about. I wonder if the way the guy made it, like, is going to make it impossible for us to do it this way. Like, maybe when he made the curves of the track, he, like, you know, did like one half and then flipped it and then stitched them together, and so now the vertices are like in the wrong order or something. Okay. Since I can't model very well, I downloaded this track from Sketchfab and I'm starting to suspect the geometry isn't set the way we need it to be. Perhaps this is what is meant by topology, but as we iterate through the vertices, we are definitely not going around the track in the correct order. Is there a way to fix this in 3ds Max or directly in Unity? Perhaps. As I suspect, this is why we are getting unexpected results. Could this be a viable concern. Alright, let's see. Since I can't model very well, I downloaded this track from Sketchfab and I'm starting to suspect the geometry isn't set the way we need it to be. Perhaps this is what is meant by topology, but as we iterate through the vertices, we are definitely not going around the track in the correct order. Is there a way to fix this in 3ds Max or directly in Unity perhaps, as I suspect this is where we are getting unexpected results? Could this be a viable concern? Yes, this is absolutely a valid and likely concern. You're spot on in suspecting that the vertices in the mesh are not ordered sequentially around the track, which is why your runner turns the wrong way or jitters at corners. Why this happens: when a 3D model is created, especially via downloads like Sketchfab, the vertex order in the mesh may be arbitrary, duplicated per triangle, not useful for path following unless the model was specifically designed for it. This is what is meant by mesh topology, not just the shape, but how the mesh data is structured internally. So yes, you're trying to use a mesh for something it was never intended to do, track following via vertex order, and Unity simply returns vertices as stored in the file, not in spatial order. Your two options: option one, use spline tools instead of mesh vertices. The most robust solution: create an explicit path using either Unity's built-in line renderer or spline package, or a lightweight spline plugin. You can either manually trace the line center using waypoints, or click points in the scene on top of the geometry. Option 2, we can fix mesh topology in 3ds Max if you insist on mesh. If you're committed to keeping the mesh only approach, you can convert it to editable poly, use graphite modeling tools, strip or spline tools to draw a spline along the lane. Create a custom spline that follows the track. Sounds like I would need to be a bit more capable in 3ds Max, because that sounds like I'm basically, it would, like, I guess the best analogy I can come up with is it would be a bit like tracing over somebody else's drawing, right? Which would be a lot easier than drawing the thing yourself if you can't draw. But I'm still not I'm not even confident enough to do that. Like follow the line that's in already there from start to end. I don't even know how the hell you do that. Yeah, see, I was trying to cheat and take a bit of a shortcut. There are quite a few ways to get this to work. It's a shame because it works up to a point, right? It was working up to a point, but then it all falls apart here, right? Where my suspicion is that maybe when they modeled it, they modeled like maybe one corner, because you can do like I do in Photoshop, right? Where you, if you model 1/4 of something, you can flip it and then do the other, and I don't know what that does to the topology. I imagine it fucks the topology up, right? Because topology would say you're going from point here to point here to point here. Once you start taking those points and then flipping them, like everything becomes not linear. You see what I mean? So that's what I think's happened. Is I mean, looking at this in more detail now as well, I think it's clear that these lines aren't really following the contour of the track very well. Like, these are like, this outer lane here is definitely like hovering above the track more than I thought it was. Yeah, look. But it's because there's like a slope here, I guess. Oh boy. I mean, the whole thing is maybe a little too far above the track to begin with. Oh boy, oh boy. So there's no quick, easy fix for topology either, really. I thought there might have been. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I know what I need to do, it's just going to take quite a while. It's going to take quite a while to do it. I think the best way to do it would be to, like it says, I'm gonna need like nodes and waypoints and stuff. It's just okay. Let's get to it then. So if that was, I mean, it's good to know what your options are though, right? So if the topology was correct and this thing had like linear topology, then we could have used that method and that looked like it would have worked quite well actually. But since that's not an option that's available to us, we sadly can't do that. One last quick thought. Is there no way to simply calculate the distance of each vertex along the path and then pick the closest next vertex to the runner from transform forward? That way we should get the correct order. Of vertex positions. Yes, you're thinking along the right lines, and this is actually a very clever workaround. If you want to salvage the mesh without remodeling or manually tracing splines, what you're describing a heuristic approach where we sort the mesh vertices in the correct order at runtime by walking forward from a starting point, and at each step choosing the next closest vertex in the direction the track goes, e.g. using transform forward along a local heading. This builds an approximated order path from messy geometry. Let's say you start at custom start index. To build the correct vertex path, look for the nearest vertex in a forward cone based on the runner's current heading. Add that vertex to the path, then repeat. Now from that one, stop when you've looped around to reach a threshold of iterations. Here's a rough implementation idea. This builds an ordered path from a jumble of vertices based on directional proximity. So then on start, we want to call build path forward from mesh. Vector 3 raw verts int start index. What did I say our start point wants to be? We're also still facing the wrong way around, 327. I don't know how would I call this? When to use this? Use a signal if you don't want to manually trace splines. You already have a lane geometry and can extract enough clean points. You just need a usable semi-ordered vertex path. What does it want in the second thing though? It wants an array of vector 3s. Raw verts. Wouldn't we need both paths though? I don't understand. An array of vector 3s. Can you help me call the function in start? How do we get the raw verts? Okay, so it's saying, ooh, God. Your free plan has expired. Your free plan has expired, you little bitch. I do not hold much hope this is going to work. The crazy thing is, the more I fuck around with this, the more I could just be getting on with. No, but it's no. I've learned this the hard way. All right, it is best not to jump in, especially if you need to do like a real painstaking, tedious, like manual approach to something. It's sometimes worth a lot of investment. Wait, how do I know if it worked? Built path of 1,243 vertices. But I've run out of fucking GPT-4o now. So what do I do with that built path? Oh, for fuck's sake. This fucking sucks. So I wonder, let me just see if I can do something. If I make that a public list of vertices, what we need to do now is save its output, basically. And since my conversation was axed by OpenAI, because my free allowance has come to an end, I don't hold much hope in starting a new conversation this deep in with fucking GPT, whatever the fuck came before it. So a public list of vertices doesn't give us anything in the inspector, which is fucking annoying. Okay, I don't know what this is going to tell me. We're going to save that data to disk in a file. Okay, there's the results. It's probably correct, but what can I do with that? Because I don't know what the original index would be. This is annoying because we actually got close. So here's what I've managed to successfully do, I think. And if you look at the coordinates, this looks... Yeah, I think this is probably correct. What it's done is it's managed to go around the track and map out the track as if the topology was correct. The problem is, right, is we created a reference to each vector 3. So a vector 3 is 3 points in space, right? It's a 3D coordinate. So we mapped all the coordinates of each vertice that could be correctly going around the track. But these the vertices in the topology aren't in this order. So this is pretty useless, to be honest. But it's not, because like at the same time we literally solved the problem, but we also didn't, right? Because unless we can take the vertices that were found in this order, and I don't know whether it's quite right. I don't know. Why do we have a -12 up here and a -12 down there? Maybe it didn't quite get it right. It's difficult to say, obviously, without being able to visualize this. But all I really wanted to do was, I was hoping we could do this in real time as we were running around the track. And in theory, there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to do that, right? Because these calculations take no time at all to do. But Jippity's been a bit of an arsehole today, actually. It used up its free shit and it never really got me anywhere. I'm just wondering, is there any way to salvage this? Also, what positions did we give it? Are we just following the vertices? Because raw verts, which raw verts did it give it? Let's have a look to see what it made of raw verts. Because there are many things it could have done. It could have gone and calculated the vertices based off of one line, or it could have calculated the midpoint of vertices in between two lines, which is what we want our runner to do. But it's got to be one or the other, I would think, and I'm not sure what it did. Now, if it calculated the vertices of one line, then we would need to do this 4 more times so we have the correct vertices order for each of the 5 lines, right? And then we would need to do our midpoint calculation between those 2 lines. I think the easiest thing to do now, I'm probably not going to be able to solve it this way. I've got such a fucking headache as well right now. Ugh. But this is kind of interesting to me, right? So I do want to visualize this. I want to see what we got. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call this old start, and I'm just going to flesh out my own start right now. And what my start is going to do is it's going to do oh, fucking hell. Can we do... Nah, we're going to need Stream Reader, really. We have 1,243 points. Oh man, I can't even fucking remember how to do my stream readers. I've got such a fucking... Why is my head hurting me so much right now? Let me go grab some code. From one of my old projects. Where would we have stream read? I know we did some stream reading in here. Here we go. This is the syntax I can never fucking remember. Right, using Stream Reader. File name is verts.txt. String line, while line equals reader.readline is not null. I can never fucking remember that. Right, so what we're going to do is we've got our public list. Well, this can be private now because we don't see it in the fucking inspector anywhere. And then what we're going to need to do is add the ordered path. So we're going to say ordered path adds. How the fuck do we convert a line? Oh, let's ask Jupiter, because I need to fucking remember how to do that as well. Oh my god. How can I convert a vector3 string back into a vector3 such as you do vector3 vector pass. Okay, vector pass. So order path add vector3v. Okay, and now we'll need to do that there then. Vector3v equals vector3 dot pass. There is no vector3 pass. Line. There is no vector3 pass. Vector3 does not contain a definition of pass. You're lying. For older Unity versions, I don't think we've. What are you talking about? This I'm using the latest version of Unity and it doesn't have it. You're full of shit. Yeah, there is a function. There is a helper that you need for it because I've done it before. I don't know why it is thinking that that exists. And then we can do pass vector3. So vector3v equals pass vector3 line. And then add v. What? What do you, what? Oh, it's because of that. Okay, right. So now we've read the, then we need to do using reader. Oh, we did reader.clause there. Yeah, that's quite nice. Okay, so we're reading, now what we do is we read, fucking hell. Now what we do is we read the lines and we convert them into back into vector3s. Then what we can do, I'm actually going to start a coroutine because I just want to see what it does. I just want to see the visualization of this basically to see if it's correct. Because if it's not correct, then there's no point wasting my time going further down this rabbit hole. But if it is correct, then we could do something with it. Although this, even at that point, I'm not sure exactly what we would do with it. Well, we could write a yeah, no, we could basically write a mini database of all the vectors. We could for each line, right? For each of the 5 lines, and then we pull all those in, and then we know how to run around the track basically. In all of this time, I probably could have just plotted my fucking waypoints, but I just hate waypoints. There's 2 reasons why I hate waypoints, right? The main reason is they just make such a fucking mess, right? You got to have all these nodes plotted all around your level and stuff, right? It's time consuming, it's tedious, it's awkward, and it feels completely unnecessary given that we have the geometry there, right? We have the data that the data's there. We just need to be able to like use it in a meaningful way, right? Anyway, let's get a visualization of these vector3 points. So what we're going to do is we're going to say view vex. We'll call it view vex. View vectors, right? So we're going to do, what we're going to do is we're going to say, because this is running on our Go, we can say this dot transform. Right, no, hang on. For each vector3 get vec in ordered path. Okay, and we're going to say transform position equals get vec. Now another thing is I don't know whether they were world positions or local positions. I have no idea. Okay, we'll try world position first. So transform position equals get vec and yield return new. Wait for 1 second. So we're going to go through each. Going to take 1,000 seconds to get through all these. All right, and then we're going to start the coroutine of view vex. All right, I just need to see it. Why isn't it like that? What? What? What do you mean? Cannot convert system I enumerable. Oh, because it's an I enumerable. It should be an I enumerate or fucking hell. Right. Okay. Let's go. What a shit show. No, this is great. I love this. This is fantastic. I love this pain in my head. Right. No, the headache's probably got little to do with this. It's just me. It's just my life. I get a lot of migraines. Still, this isn't helping. There we go. What? Okay, so each vector, right, so these would be points. Okay, what the fuck was that? That was so weird. So this is basically, well, this is an attempt to order the topology, right? It sort of works. It must be that line there. That must be her right line that it did. Look, because look, she's like basically on the line, right? So it's tried to order the vectors along this line. And now it goes backwards. Okay, so you can wait, but this is supposed to be ordered. Okay, so you can see what's happened. Right, we know what's happened now. We know what's happened. Let me draw a diagram. This is how it was constructed. Okay, so when the guy made it, I guess it kind of makes sense. When the guy made it, he put a vector here, right, a vector here and a vector here, and then he put his points going around, right, around the track, and then he's put a vector here and a vector here, a vector here and a vector here or whatever, and then he's gone back to do this side of that line, because it's not one line, right? So it's two lines. So what he's essentially done is he's drawn each corner one way and then come back this way to make the thickness of it, right? So the line is going in two different directions, and that's what's fucked it up so much. That's what's happened. But my algorithm worked though, because what my algorithm told it to do is take the runner, who is, let's say she's here, right, and find the two nearest points. Well, maybe Jupiter didn't program my algorithm correctly, but if that was the case, what she should have at least done was pick this point and then pick this point. But instead the results we're seeing are similar to what it was doing. Yeah, you can see how it was made now though. Yeah, so that's exactly what happened, what I've drawn there. He basically did one line which was like the outside line in one direction, and then to give it thickness he came back down and then went this way. So that's why the topology is like all over the place, right? Now maybe what we can do, it's worth taking a look at this though in... It's worth taking a look at this in 3ds Max. Because what I think we can do is pick the middle line, right? Because the middle line is going to be the one that, like, hopefully should be the as close to the middle of the track as possible. And then if we go into editable mesh, editable mesh, and we want to find the vertices, there we go. Now, there we go. There you can see them all now. What we need, we might be able to do this. It's kind of awkward though. What we need to do is we need to get, so that we can have a correct topology of the track's curvature, we need to go and get only one set of these nodes, right? One set of these vectors. Oh boy. No, it's fine, right? I don't know which direction it's going to go in though. But it doesn't matter because we can reverse the direction, right? What was fucking this up so much is the way it was constructed, right? Because he's gone one way and then he's gone back down the other way, which kind of makes sense. I'm not going to get mad at the guy who made it. Like, that's probably what I would have done, to be honest. I couldn't even do that. So I can't really talk. But that's what he's done, and that's why the topology is kind of all over the place. But again, yeah, that kind of makes sense, right? But because we want to use this, the data that's behind this, as data points, we need to painstakingly go through, I think, each one of these. We need to pick a node. Maybe we just pick the center node. If I delete all the vertices except the center node, it's got to go around in one direction, I would think. Even then, I don't know that for sure. Like I say, if he did half the track and then he flipped it and then he put it the other way around, maybe not. But I feel like it's worth a try. So if I delete all of these vertices and leave only the middle one, and we just go around the track and do that, I'm hoping we'll be left with some data points that we can use to calculate the curvature of the track. But again, I'm not sure what the topology is going to be doing about it. It depends whether he... Even that still depends on how he went around and placed these vertices, right? If he placed them in... If he only did half the track and then flipped the geometry and then stuck it, you know, like in Photoshop, like I do in Photoshop, to save himself some time, then we probably won't have what we need, because it's probably still going to be fucked up in a weird order on it, right? But I'm curious, because we have some systems now, right? We can record vertices out from a mesh, from a set of data points. We can write them to file. We can read them back in from file, right? And we can view them and visualize them against our racetrack. So do you see how we've got some tools now? How we can start to like try things. It's still way easier than creating waypoints. And I'll make less mess. No, this, like, if this works, I'm going to be so happy. Because what I'll basically have is I'll have invisible geometry, right, that sits in the middle of each lane. We don't even need a left and a right lane now. If this works, all I do is I place one of these in the middle of each lane, boop, 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 and they follow the curvature automatically. And then I just iterate through the vertices, and I use that for pathfinding. And then, boom, everything is taken care of. I'm getting so happy thinking about it if it works. I'm so happy. I don't know why I'm happy, because I don't know if it's going to work yet, because like I said, I don't know whether he flipped the fucking thing. I don't think he did. I don't think he did. I don't know. I thought there's only one way to find out, right? There's only one way to find out. Fuck you. Now, I don't know. The other problem is I'm not quite sure how I'm going to see these. Because they're just vector 3s. And vector 3s on their own don't draw anything. As you can see, we're getting rid of the mesh, right? A mesh needs more than just a bunch of vector 3s. Maybe this wasn't a good idea. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea. No, this is great. We'll find a way. We'll find a way. I'm feeling really good about these vector 3s, I've got to say. I'm feeling really good about these vector 3s. Sorry, they're not. These aren't vector 3s. These are vertices. To be correct, these are vertices, right? So in 3D modeling, hello Pika. In 3D modeling, these are called vertices. But when we load vertices into a model, we can obtain a vector 3 from them. And don't forget, the vector 3 is a 3D coordinate in virtual 3D space. So that is the gold dust that we need. That is what we need from this. You're witnessing history in the making here, Piga. I hope the topology is correct for this. Otherwise, this is a complete waste of my time. And genuinely, by the time I've done all this, if this doesn't work, I genuinely probably would have been quicker just fucking doing the waypoints. But how nice will this be if this works, right? Think about it. We won't need any additional waypoints. The thing will be tied to the geometry of the track, essentially. So if we change anything about the track, like, it comes with it, right? We don't have this like separate awkward collection of data points and vertices and cubes and waypoints, and we still need to do a bunch of that anyway though, by the way. Actually, we might not be able to we might not need to, because we'll be able to calculate race position based on whichever vertice of the given lane that the runner is in, right? So because we'll be iterating through these vertices, right, and going around the track like that, we can calculate position of the runner based on where they are in this collection of vertices. Today in one game I got my revenge with Slap. Why would you need revenge with Slap? $35 pulls away from getting any one live character from the shop, including Twin Star Nova. I don't know what you mean by revenge with Slap. Did you not get her or something? Oh my god, are we nearly done yet? Are we nearly there? Are we there yet? I'm like that kid in the backseat. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? What about now? Are we there yet? Are we there yet, Pico? Yeah, I've got to admit though, I'm not sure what I'm going to do about the fact that they're just going to be vertices and you can't actually see a vertice. Right, we've got it. Now we should just have our vertices. There you go. Now we've got our vertices. We've got our raw data that we need. Don't ask me how the fuck I expect to... verts. Alright, export it. Don't ask me how the fuck I expect to actually see these in Unity, because I honestly have no idea. You won't see them in Unity. It's fine, right? Because that's probably not fine. Well, we can fine tune it. I don't know. We'll figure it out. This is very, very strange. I've never done anything like this before. This is actual madness. Isn't there a way to like reorder the vertices though, just to check to make sure they're in the right order? There's got to be a way to see like the order of vertices. Okay, let's just, right. I'm going to call it race verts, which are much more socially acceptable than perverts. She's still going around the track. She's still... Hey, that's quite impressive. I did all of that in less time than she managed to go all the way around the track. That is impressive. Okay, so let me just back up the old vertices list just in case. The old vertices list just in case we need it, which I don't think we will. But we're going to call that old vert just in case we need it back at some point. Alright, so now what we can do is we can drag... I have no idea how the fuck I'm going to get this to work. Don't even ask me. Because I won't be able to see it. Which could be problematic. Right, so we want to bring in race verts, right? And as you can see, it is an invisible object because vertices on their own do not render any drawing, right? But I know we have verts in there. Now, if you think about it, okay, the position of race lines should be the same position and scale that our middle vertices need to be in. To a degree. This will get us roughly there, right? So there we go. We just gave it the race lines size and position. So those vertices. Okay, one thing at a time. One thing at a time. Right, we've got a list of race verts now. I mean, I could do that with each line, though, right? Even that's a lot of work, though. Look at how neat it is, though. Right, first things first. Let's see if we can take those race verts. And since I'm still testing, I'm just going to make a new script for this. Because I don't know whether we'll need that functionality back or not. I don't think it was really helping, to be honest. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make a test race script for now. Test race. Rumamento later? I don't know, honestly. I don't know whether I'll get time, to be honest. Is anything happening in that game? Is it just the usual dailies? Yeah, I think I'm waiting for an update in Rumamento so that something actually happens in it. In the past, that game gave a trial slap, so now I got the character permanently on alt. I checked his stream history and he hasn't played White Shadow for a while now. Yeah, because there's nothing to do in the game, I told you. I don't play these gacha games when there's nothing to do. When it gets an update and there's stuff to do, then I'll play it again. Right, let's see if we can make her run around these verts. So where's our runner gone? Let me just click the runner because I can't find her in the hierarchy. There she is. There's our girl. So we're going to give her... Oh yeah, we did give her a different script, didn't we? That's fine. Well, maybe we would just modify this script. Because what I could do is I could give her race verts to the left and race verts to the right. Ah, wait, there is no right. Okay, I need to go back to the earlier code then. The one that had her running around. Ugh, good God. Okay, let's revert back to this one. Race verts, race verts. Okay, let's see what she does. Oh, the first script was when it was trying... Yeah, it was expecting it to have children or something. And then we told it how it worked, and then when it gave us the second one... This is the one that we want. You're the one that I want! Ooh. You're the one that I want. Why does nothing work? Maybe it can't. Still going for Skirk? Yes, you already know the answers to these questions. You always ask me questions that you already know the answers to. I can't magic her out of nowhere. I told you. I can only go as fast as the game lets you go, which is fucking snail pace. Because they want you to suffer if you're not giving them thousands of dollars every month. But I'm also, you know, doing my own stuff. Where was that script? Right, I'm going to start again. I have... I have an FBX imported in Unity with... It's going to be a mesh renderer, isn't it? Okay, let's make a new chat and see what we got. How's the project going so far? It's going. It's a mixture. Did you do the new Chronicles chapter event in Genshin? Is that the new Abyss? I did the new Abyss, it sucked. I got all the primos out of it, it still sucked. Yeah, Genshin sucks right now, basically. I don't even like the story. Okay. So we're probably gonna need to mesh filter. Oh, there's also preserve hierarchy. Maybe that would have helped. We'll try, although hierarchy, no, I don't think hierarchy's got anything to do with topology. Why would it be asking for a mesh filter? Race verts. That's fucking weird. Race verts. Bollocks. It doesn't actually import anything, I guess, because there's no mesh. Strict vertex data check. Ah, fuck. So Unity must do something behind the scenes where it takes a bunch of vertices and then like generates mesh off it or something. So our FBX, which only has vertices in it, because it has no mesh, we don't have anything we can read. Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Oh boy. Okay, this is really starting to fucking annoy me quite a lot. So wait, why did it? So it basically added the race lines to the verts that I still had, which were now fucking useless anywhere, because Unity won't just let you import a bunch of verts, which is kind of annoying. I mean, I didn't know. Also, this isn't our edited version. Yeah, I need to import. Okay, I need to import the edited version. So we need to go into the project and load iDLE assets, models. Raceverts doesn't have anything useful. So now we have our 5 lines. I changed the size of the lines though in Unity, didn't I? Okay. Fucking hell. Okay, this is super annoying. So I think the first thing I want to do is I only want to look at one line. So let's start with line 3. And then if I convert that into editable mesh, going around in fucking circles here. Now we can see the vertices. So we need mesh in order to get this to work. Isn't there any way to see the topology in here? There has to be a way to see all the verts in the topology, surely. The issue is the topology. Generate topology in 3ds Max. Topology in 3ds Max.
Hello friends and welcome back, and today we're going to see how we can create these kind of patterns in 3ds Studio Max using the polygon topology. So without any further ado, let's get started. So here we are in 3ds Studio Max. Let's begin with the plane. So create a small plane somewhere and convert this plane into vertical poly. like this.
Now it sounds like he's just going to use tools which will help. You need to know this topology track. To check and correct topology errors in 3ds Max using topology tools, open the topology tab, select elements and activate topology check tool. But that's to do with, yeah, that's to do with non-planar faces and overlaps and things like that. That's not what we're interested in. We're interested in the order of the vertices and is there any way we can fuck with them. See, I don't really understand why can't we get under the hood? Do you know what I mean? Like, why can't we see the construction of this? Why is there no way to like see like a list of vertices in the order that they're in? Because this is essentially just, I mean, all 3D models are, right, essentially, is a list of vertexes, essentially. And those vertexes will have an order. And what I'm interested in, maybe that's a better search. Change vertex orders or check vertex order. Yeah, changing vertex order, also known as reordering vertices, refers to altering the sequence in which vertices are stored or connected in a geometric model, particularly in 3D modeling and GIS, Geographic Information System software. It can affect how the model is rendered, how certain operations are performed, or how the geometry is interpreted. In some software, vertices can be directly selected and reordered. Which software? In some software. Which software? I think all software should let you fucking do that. Like, it's kind of weird to me that the only way to know the vertex order in this, and this isn't a complicated shape, is it? Right? It's basically just a fucking, you know, stretched circle essentially. Well, it's like a, you know, it's like, well, it's like half a circle and a straight and another half a circle. It's crazy to me that like there's no way in a professional 3D modeling, well, maybe there is a way, but I'm struggling to find it. There's no easy way to just kind of get in here and see the order of the vertices and then maybe fuck with them and say, yeah, I want this one first and then this one second, and like put them in some kind of logical order. I wonder if the way to go would be to leave that then, to leave the first two nodes, that like the two inner nodes, maybe this would be, because then at least we have some geometry to work with. I don't know. It's going to be, this is going to be a trial and error type of situation, but I'm like a dog with a bone right now. I really want to sort of, I have my heart set on using geometry to solve this problem, rather than create separate pathfinding things and nodes, because like it's already there. It just feels wasteful to me that if we already have the data points that we need, why create more data points? It's like, I think it's because of like, ever since I learned about relational databases, right, very early on, that really stuck with me, right? You don't duplicate data. And the reason you don't duplicate data is because if you want to change anything, you don't want to have to change it in 52 different places. You want to change it in one place and then everything else follows suit. Now we are essentially still having to duplicate data. But the only two options we're left with is either modify existing data or create new data on top of the current data. And I'm much more fond of, if those are my only two options, I'm much more fond of editing existing data rather than creating a third set of duplicate data on top. Because now you have like 3 points of failure as well. I don't know, I really just don't like Okay, it also makes sense that we should have something visual that we can use, because we can color this like bright pink or green or yellow or whatever the fuck, and then like actually draw, like use it to like see the race line, because this will be like the line that the runner will follow in the race, right? And you kind of need something visual, I think. Oh boy, this is tedious though. This is tedious. Pika, you've got to stop spamming the chat. You need to sort of wait for me to respond. I really wish you'd wait for me to respond to your last message before you post your next, like, half a novel. And this is the reason why you get timed out sometimes, by the way. You know that, right? Today in Genshin, you were matching in co-op and this person launched it on the menacing difficulty without us realizing it. I didn't even know there was a menacing difficulty. And when the time ran out, that match took out 3/4 of the first boss's HP, but we didn't defeat it. Oh, do you mean in the new Spiral Abyss thing? Yeah, I've never done it in co-op, so okay, maybe that's what you're talking about. One day I might come back to War, but I'm currently burned out with the game over the light sensitivity issues. Yeah, I don't know. I've always played that game very casually anyway. And it's a very sweaty, like, it expects a lot from you. That game has a lot of, like, crap that it wants you to do constantly. And I just, yeah. I'm not okay with all that. But yeah, if you're not enjoying a game, or in your case, it's you even have additional health concerns, right? Yeah, there's definitely not much point in sticking with it until you can play that game safely without any risk to your health. What type of race game will you create, Cabby, for your project? I'll try to lower the frequency then, Cabby. Well, like I say, you just if you could just wait for me to respond to one thing before you post the next thing, that would be helpful. So like basically this, obviously I'm inspired by Umamusume, right? I think it's kind of cool. So all I'm going to do is I thought it's taken longer than I thought it would, because it's just, well, it's because I always do this. I always push myself. Like, I've already solved this problem. I could have solved the problem that I'm stuck on right now by just creating waypoints and making a kind of messy solution that would have still worked. But I'm always interested in finding better ways to solve problems every time I do this. So typically I won't solve the same problem unless I'm 100% convinced that this is the best solution to the problem. I will always look for a better solution than like previous attempts. So that's what this is all about. However, yeah, no, this would be a better way to solve the problem. But yeah, I need my characters to follow the racetrack, right? So this is what this is about. And what's going to happen in my game is you're going to have the option. There we go. You're going to have the option to race 4 party members of your team together, and whoever wins that race will get like a speed boost permanently to them. So you can choose to farm for match, you can choose to, you know, do whatever. And one of the options will be you can choose to race your characters to try and gain speed on them. So it's just my way of, like, you know, seeing if I can come up with a sort of line with a minimalist version of Umamusume, which I know I can. I just gotta. Like I said, I'm just trying to find a more sophisticated solution than what I've done in the past. Okay, let's call this one race path. I'm not sure why I have these. I'm not sure what those are doing there. Right, race path, we need to change it so that it's a read write. Read write. And then we need to give the race lines world transform to the race path. Right, and what is probably happening right now well, that's kind of weird. I can't see it at all. Okay, for some reason the orientation got switched. Okay, that's very strange. Okay, I'm not sure what's going on there. Okay, well, for now, because we don't even know whether this is going to work or not yet. It depends what the topology looks like. Also, it seems to be kind of upside down or something. Why is the transform like that? I have no idea. Alright, let's give it a run and see what we get. Okay, it's much better than before. Yeah, there's just one tiny little place where she bounces backwards and forwards. Okay, yeah, we can definitely use this then. Okay. Okay, this is 99% perfect. There is one tiny area where she bounces back and then moves forward again. How can we find the guilty? I will also need a custom start position as the first vertices are in an awkward place. How about we provide a position setter in update so I can record the manual start index and also identify the bad index so we can ignore it. Absolutely, you can add a debug key system to manually set the character to a specific vertex and mark a specific vertex as bad to skip. Right, so we're going to get a bunch of path points. Handle debug keys. 1 to 3 to control current index. I don't understand what the fuck it's talking about. Why would it assume that we only have 3 indexes? There's like thousands. Well, there's like 1,000. Also, 1, 2, 3. Start. Start index. So 1 sets the start index. Is that what I'm supposed to be doing? So start index is 386. Ooh, I feel like Oh, this is slightly awkward. Right, we can manipulate her speed in here, right? We can make her go at 1. Okay, so here's what I need to do. On any one of my canvases, I guess, we've got this top one here. Let's just quickly create... yeah, legacy text is fine. In one game you double checked, you got 88 flame gold out of 120 flame gold. I don't know what flame gold. Which game's that? Right, so we're interested in the index, so I'm going to call this txt index. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my racing girl script. I'm going to add Unity Engine UI. I'm going to reference that text. Seriously? Public text index, and then in update I'm just going to say txt index dot text equals current index. Oh, it's not linked. Okay, there it is. 88 flame gold out of 120. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Right, okay, so she's going. So there we go. 52 could be the starting position. And it was at 240 something. Oh, we could do 278. I'm not sure which side I want her on. Right, let's figure out which side we want her on. What side do we want her on? Let's start her here. Yeah, let's start her at 50. These are going up by 2 at a time, aren't they? I think I'll set a start index to 50. She goes backwards at 228. And she's forwards again by 230. So I think we want to ignore in bad index is 228. So if we start at index 50, we make current index 50. This should start at where I want to start her. So that should fix one of the issues. There we go. Now she starts at the starting point. She doesn't rotate to follow the direction of the path, which she needs to do. Now we need to make sure we can avoid that bad index. So if we just add yeah, that's never going to happen. Alright, let's do that. Okay, we've got to skip bad indices, so this should automatically skip the bad indices. So now all we need to do is rotate it to follow the path, and we've done it. We've done it. We just need to make sure each runner lines up with their lane and create each of the 4 lanes, and then we have pretty much most of what we need. Yep, she doesn't even go backwards now. She goes all the way around the track flawlessly. Oh no, she doesn't. Bollocks. She's got another bad index. Well, that's kind of weird. Was it like 50 or something? can't go backwards. Can I go -1? I can go backwards. Oh. If I go backwards, she goes off the track. Okay, so that's fine. We can do 11 to speed her up. Because she fucks up now at the end of the thing, like right at the start. Two is a bad index. Okay, so let's try now. Okay, so we don't need the debug keys anymore. We never needed the debug keys to begin with because they didn't really help. That wasn't a very sophisticated way to do it. Okay, that should have a rotate around the path now. And also with our second problematic index recorded, that should stop her from going backwards. So we're getting there. Okay, it doesn't know about our... It doesn't know about our debug text, but hopefully if she doesn't go backwards, we should be good. Yeah. It's weird to see which way she's facing, because that looks kind of weird. It looks like she's facing off to the side, but if you look at her feet, I think it's because she's in a weird pose. If you look at her feet, you can tell her feet are facing forwards, like along the path, so I think it's actually fine. I just think she's in a weird pose. Yeah, that seems fine. I think she's going around the track fine now. Yep, absolutely fine. So now all I need to do is line up each running lane, right, with each of the 4 lanes. And then we do some like random, because we can change the speed in real time, right? If we want to slow it down, we can slow it down. If we want to give her a speed boost, we can give her a speed boost. So we'll just kind of put some rules where we sort of randomize between the speed, and we can do some custom cameras and stuff. Obviously we need a run animation. But there you go, we've got a basic... We've got a basic Umamusume now where we have a track and we have a model that can go around the track at set speeds. I mean, she is still running around the track in the wrong direction for what I wanted. I actually wanted it to go the other way. I wanted the inside of the track. I wanted the inside of the track to be on a right rather than on a left, but it doesn't. It honestly, like, I don't know why that's such a problem. I guess it's just because of the order of the vertices, the way the track was modeled, right? So whatever, it's fine. we'll go this way. Add some lighting to those floodlights. Yep, she's gone round fine now. Oh, for some reason, if I make her run super fast, she struggles to rotate to keep up. I guess she's probably got like a certain turning speed that's expects it to be a lot slower than that. Yeah, probably wouldn't want to make them go any faster than 10. Because it kind of messes up the rotation. But we could fix that, because if we look at there'll be a rotation speed in here somewhere, right? Yeah, target rotation equals quaternion look rotation, and we're using the 5 times delta time. So the rotation speed, we could use speed divided by 2 times delta time or something like that. Let's try that. Current speed divided by 3 times delta time, just so that if we did want to go crazy and make them run super fast, let's see what that looks like. I think 5 is like a good kind of approximate speed, but I should be able to set it to 50 and she should keep up. Yeah, she's still struggling to rotate for some reason at that speed. Not sure why. I mean, I would never run it that fast anyway, right? Maybe 10 at the most. And she manages at 10. But for some reason at 50 it's just like too rapid. Whew. Right, I could use a break. Yeah, I'm so glad I did that though, because now, right, I don't need to make waypoints. I have a system that automatically handles waypoints. I simply just change the race path. It'll be the same vertices. We're going to use the same mesh. So all we need to do is make 3 more of these meshes, and then place them in their respective lanes and keep them in their respective lanes, right? It probably, honestly, like it would probably wouldn't even look that bad. You know what I mean? If they weren't exactly in the lanes, right? Because by the time we switch, it would just look like they're kind of like running across different lanes at certain points. Like, so, like this is so like. Because people in real life, people probably wouldn't, necessarily stay exactly in the middle of the lane the whole race. You know what I mean? So for them to like move left and right at times, probably makes it look more natural, to be honest. But also sometimes you want that amount of control, right? You really want to like be that precise with them all. The main reason you don't have them following the same line, though, is you know, if you want the race to be neck and neck and you have girls that are overtaking each other, you don't want the models to phase through each other, right? You don't want them to like phase through each other, because that would look kind of weird. So we still want to kind of try to make sure that the running lanes are kind of separate from each of them. But yeah, no, that's looking fine. That's looking really good. But yeah, I need a bit of a break. I've got a headache. Oh. I've probably got something to eat. But yeah, this is a pretty solid starting point, because like I say, the rest is like easy now. I just need to line up the 4 running paths with each lane as best as I can. You know, polish some of the visuals, because we have got like some of the running lines. This isn't going to be the view. I've just stuck the camera behind the model so we can see it easily, right? So some of the jerkiness in the motion won't look as bad once we're using like fixed camera angles and we're cutting between different cameras. It's going to look a lot better. But yeah, you can see that at parts the running lines are actually above the track and they're actually floating in the air. So we probably want to go and fix that. And yeah, there's definitely, but like the basic functionality is there, right? And this is what you always want. You always want to make sure your basic functionality is good. And our basic functionality is good. We can adjust the speeds however we want. We'll have our 4 girls in different lanes. And then we can sort of make some random rules, you know, and vary the speeds throughout the race so that you have moments when someone's in the lead. And then the other trickier one is, well, it's actually quite easy now. So if you think about it, right? So we can calculate position. So what we'll do, because we'll have 4 of these girls running, what we'll do is we'll just publicly expose current index, right? So if we publicly expose current index, so when it comes to calculating the position of each girl, because we'll want to show who's first, who's second, who's third, you know what I mean, and have them update as they overtake each other and stuff like that. So the way we can handle that is now we can use current index to calculate that, right? If for the most part, the higher the index, the higher the index, the further ahead the girl is. But then at a certain point, as we come back around, depends whether we're doing multiple laps or not as well. So the awkward thing about that is, if you think about it, this would be the finish of the race and we just went back round. So basically we go from 50, if we do 1 lap, we go from 50, which is what I set the start index to, all the way up to the end index, which is like 450 or something, and then we go back around to 0. So you can't simply say, hey, whoever's got the highest index is whoever's first place, because as the first girl resets to 0, the game will think she's last, but then everybody else will, so it would temporarily get confused and say that she's suddenly last, and then it would, like, as everybody else got back to 0, it would get the order correct again. But that would be like, that would look bad, right? Because it wouldn't be accurate as well. So we need to like account for that. But yeah, essentially what we do at the moment is we go from 50 We could even do the race. We could do the randomized race speeds on this script itself. We could make it so that each instance of each running girl like is responsible for her own faster and slower paces, right? But yeah, I think the way I want this to work, because I don't know, one lap really doesn't take long at all, right? Maybe it depends how long we want the thing to last, right? But at the moment, if you think about it, right, let's go to the beginning, which is here, right? Boop, this is pretty much the beginning. Index 50. Do we have a stopwatch? Let's go to Chrome and do a stopwatch. I think one lap is maybe a little bit... Right, there's our stopwatch. One lap is maybe a little bit too short. So if we start our stopwatch, go... Oh shit, the fucking... Right. Obviously, I think we lost a second or so. Yeah, we definitely lost a second. So we don't know how fast they're going to be running, but they're going to be running at around 5, I think. So they've done half of it already, I think. Coming back round. Oh no, I think that might be the halfway point. I don't know, actually. I don't know, how many of those freaking lane blocks do we have? I thought we only had 2. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the indexes are weird, right? Yeah, I think what's happening is we go through the indices, right? We have the left side that goes round, and then we have the right side that goes round. You know, like, because the geometry is made up like this, right? You have a left side and a right side. So now our geometry goes round the right way on both sides, which is nice. But what essentially is happening, I think, as we go through 450 indices, what we're actually doing, I think, is we're following the outer mesh of the race line, and then we follow the inner mesh of the race line. So by the time we come back, we've essentially done 2 loops. I'm pretty sure. So if we only wanted them to do 1 lap, I think we'd actually take the index from 50, which is where we're starting from. In which case that would make it easier, actually. If we start from index 50 there, right? Then this is, as we go past the next boxes, that's half a loop. So this is half a loop. Boom, we're halfway through. Then as we come up to the start line again, which is coming up now, yeah, it only goes to index 276 roughly. So we're only really going from index 50 to index 276. So this actually makes me realize something, right? It might be better. The fact that we're going round twice might make things kind of awkward for us. It might be better to find where this inner loop meets the outer loop, and we just ignore half of this loop, right? So we could just ignore all of this inner loop, for example, and only do the outer loop over and over and over again. Because that would be index, I think it was 50 to like 270 or something. Right, so 50, we start now. We're halfway through the loop. We're coming back to the start line. And if this was the finish line right now, I guess our finish line would be at like 278. So the finish line would be 278. So my guess is 276 or 278. It's hard to say. Somewhere like that. So my guess is maybe what we should do is literally take it from index 50 to index 276 or 278 and then go back to index 50, figure out what creates the perfect loop. Right, we could try both 276 and 278, but basically just ignore that out, whichever one it is. Right, I don't know whether it's the outer or the inner geometry, but essentially the way that loop now works is how I drew it there. Right, essentially the vertices for one outer ring goes round, and then the second set of vertices are for like the thickness, right? The thing that actually draws the mesh is the distance between 2 points, right? So I think it's probably better if we only follow one of these loops. I mean, I don't know, right? It's like kind of, maybe it's like 6 and 2 3s. I just feel like it could make things confusing. But yeah, also the other thing I was starting to say, before I noticed that it was doing 2 loops for each set of indices, which actually makes sense when I stop to think about how geometry works. I think one lap is going to be a bit too short anyway. We can find out how long it takes, because another thing we can do, let's do this, right? We can do a public string time, lap time, because I think time's a reserved word. So what we can do is we can say lap time this will tell us how many seconds it takes to complete the lap. Now obviously we can have like 3, 2, 1 and the girls are ready go, and we can add 3 seconds to this with, like, you know, a little bit of an intro and a couple of little camera angles. But even so, like if we have like 5 seconds of intro, the race doesn't want to be over in like 8 seconds. I think the race should be like about, you know, a minute or 2, maybe anywhere between 1 and 2 minutes, I would say, or at least like 30 or 40 seconds, right? But my suspicion is if we watch her do a full lap, right, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, and this is at speed 5, right, we may end up going a little bit faster at times. She's completed half the course now in 10 seconds. So it's probably going to take her like 20 seconds at this speed to do an entire lap. Yeah, she did a lap in like 22 seconds. So at least So 246 is a minute, right? So I think 3 laps is the way to do it. So like best of 3 laps. Because if each lap takes roughly 20 seconds, then at least 3 laps makes it last like a minute. And then we could find some like, you know, race soundtrack or something. Some fun little race piece of music that lasts like about a minute. And then play that for the race. So yeah, my suspicion is that we need to do 3 laps. And in our position thing, we'll show which lap each girl's currently on and their position. And we'll update that. And we can calculate most of that based on the current index. But like I say, I'm just wondering now if I should only follow one of those loops, like the outer or the inner, whichever one goes from 50 to 278. Okay. Due to the way the geometry was created, we actually go through both the outer and inner vertices. So we do 2 whole laps. By the time we iterate through all indices. Start is index 50. First complete lap is 276 or 278. Since I will, my race will have runners complete 3 laps together. So to calculate position, I can use the current index. Can we add current lap, public int current lap for the racer, and to simplify race positions, should we iterate only through one of the loops, e.g. 50 to 276. Okay, let's see what it comes back with. Still got my stopwatch on. Okay. Right, due to the way the geometry was created, we actually go through both the outer and inner vertices. So we do 2 whole laps by the time we iterate through all indices. Start is 50, first complete lap is 276 or 278. My race will have runners complete 3 laps together, so to calculate position I can use the current index. Can we add public int current lap for the racer? And to simplify race positions, should we iterate only through one of the loops, e.g. 50 to 276? Got it. Since your mesh vertices cover both outer and inner track loops sequentially, and you want to keep your runner only on one lap path. We'll restrict the iterations to just the segment representing one lap and add a current lap counter to track how many laps the runner has completed and reset current index to the lap start after reaching the lap end. Okay, let's see what it... Why are you capitalizing the G on my girl runner? It's not how I do things. Oh, also it might not know about some of my new... Okay, I'm gonna trust that. Oh yeah, it's still got these fucking debug keys. I don't need those debug keys. I don't need that check. Alright, let's see it. What do we have now? Current lap. Right, I need to make current index public so I can see it. Okay, lap start index and lap end index. So we can test between 276 and 278. Current index I'm going to put like higher up so we can see it. Above current lap. Because this is these two variables. Current lap, total laps. Yeah, okay, these two variables will be how we calculate race position. Okay, there was a weird little spin thing she did there. Yeah, she does a weird little spin thing. So let's try 278 maybe. Okay, she still does a weird little spin. Oh, now it's even worse. Okay, so she was actually happier at 276. I don't know if that spin has anything to do with the end index. What is that spin all about? Why does she do a weird little spin? Like she doesn't go the wrong way or anything. I could always add it as a bad index if we still have the bad index. Okay, I'm trying to figure out where that is happening. Okay, let's see. Current lap 2. Yeah, that's the other problem. She's only going to do... Okay, while we debug this, let's say she's doing 99 laps. Just because I don't want it to suddenly stop as I'm about to discover where this problematic index is. God damn it. Okay, so it's on the other side of the track. So it's not even as we iterate through the index loop, right? It's like... It's just in the middle of everything. Alright, see if we can find it. $229. So it's either 228 or 229. Oh, because we didn't. Right, it wiped out my bad indices, I think. $228 and $229. Yeah, so it wiped out my bad indices because I had them in the code, right? But the only problematic one that I'm seeing is at around 228, 229. So let's try putting that in and see if that fixes it. And we'll put it back to 3 laps. Okay. So we're coming up to it. There we go, that fixed it. We fixed it! We fixed it! It's perfect again. There we go. And now it knows what lap she's on. She's on lap 1. She's about to complete lap 1. Oh shit, that didn't actually... It still says she's on lap 1. No, that's not correct, is it? Okay, maybe that is the start of lap 2. Let me see if that's correct. Hang on a minute. Is that correct? Okay, so she's on... Oh, because she starts at lap 0. It says she's currently on lap 0, that's why. Yeah, we want to say that's lap 1, not lap 0. Right, and then it's correctly calculating the laps, but it says that she starts at lap 0. So what if I just hard set lap to 1? Current lap 1. Alright, it's fucking set as 0 in the inspector. Give me a sec. Current lap 1. Okay, so start it again. So she should start on lap 1. That's the halfway point. Okay, this is the end of lap 1. Boop, lap 2. Yeah, this is perfect. So I can obviously now calculate the position of each runner based on current index and current lap. And we can also display that in the UI to show like current position and stuff. So that should be quite good. And then she reached lap 3, so she stopped, and this is where we can like we can play the animation of either like, oh, I lost, I lost the race, oh. Or we can be like, yes, I won, fuck you, motherfuckers, right? Or whatever, right? Alright, I needed to get that out of my system. Alright, I really do have a headache, I really do need a break, I'm gonna leave it there. But yeah, this is looking great. So we can calculate index. We can calculate a lap. From both of those, we can figure out who's in first place, second place, third place, right? We have varying speeds. We'll do some randomization to that. So the results are always going to be unpredictable. We need like some run animations. Line these track paths up for each lane. That's pretty much it. Like that's pretty much all there is to it. And then we can have a cool little mini game where we race. You can race 4 teammates, like 4 party members from your your, collection of girls. And whoever wins gets like a speed buff, gets a permanent speed buff added to them. We should probably put a maximum of that, right? You can gain a maximum of, I don't know, 50 speed that way or something. And then maybe ban them from racing at that point. Or let them race, but just... if they win, they can't gain any more stats. I don't know. Seems pretty cool. Alright, I'm going to leave it there. Take a break. I might be back later. I might not. Bye.